This is a voice speaking to your room.
Look, I love Gary. He's fantastic.
And you're listening to the Martian Revelation. Strap in tight.
Go to www.thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
According to a new report in the New York Times, the U.S. government may have physical evidence of, and we're quoting, off-world vehicles not made on this Earth.
Surely the days of the great Martian revelation are upon us.
Don't be mistaken, your bloody time's up. This ain't no game when I hear to entertain ya. Don't be mistaken, your bloody time's up. This ain't no game when I hear to entertain ya.
Get your fix sitting on your throne. Want it all and the price, it doesn't matter. The world is yours and you think you know. No, we don't. I know that smiles through the known. You sold me out for a reckless bet you found me. Off the ground, no, I won't back down anymore. No, you didn't have to burn me. You think you own me, but I wouldn't be so sure. You won the battle, but you're gonna lose the war. Go to hell, I'm not here to entertain you. Just walk away and face the showdown. I won't bow, I don't care about the bleeding. 'Cause my freedom's undefeated. My soul on fire, burning desire. Make no mistake, 'cause the stakes are getting higher. Go to hell, I'm not here to entertain you. I'm not here to entertain ya.
Don't be mistaken, your bloody time's up. This ain't no game.
Pull your face like you didn't know. Like you care and we buy your sorry story. Who's the fool? Now you're out of stones. Yeah, you know. May the sea plan to move for all. Don't you see we're the ones with the redemption? Yeah, the time keeps turning round, turning round. Now the time has come, you're going down. You think you own me, but I wouldn't be so sure. Go to hell, I'm not here to entertain you. Just walk away and face the showdown. I won't bow, I don't care about the bleeding. 'Cause my freedom's undefeated. My soul on fire, burning desire. Make no mistake, 'cause the stakes are getting higher. Go to hell, I'm not here to entertain you. I'm not here to entertain ya. Yeah, in your mind you deny all the suffering. You're taking sides 'cause you lost it and you fight now. And you don't care anymore 'cause you lost the crown now. We're not here to entertain ya. No, we're not here to entertain ya.
Don't be mistaken, your bloody time's up. This ain't no game when I hear to entertain ya.
Oh, ain't that the truth? So many need to learn that yet. I'm not here to entertain you. I'm here to wake you up. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and all you ETs out there in the bite waves of the internet, and wherever you're at down through time monitoring this show. I'm Gary Leggiere, the Mars Revealer, known also as the Mad Martian. I would like to welcome you all to the Martian Revelation that is upon you all again now. Welcome to the Bazaar. Today is December 5th of 2020, or the 6th, depending upon your time zone, as this airs through time. And you're listening to this broadcast through Global Enlightenment Radio Network stream tonight, as the YouTube stream is down because my co-producer, Mean Green, has got some things going on this week and next week. But still, the show must go on, and I want to put something forth for you all. So I'm going to do some news here, and then we're going to get into some past archives there with Rosemary Decker and also Jim Burke of MarsNews.com. And that one's from 2003. But it's still interesting. It'll still be a fun night, I guess, for you all. Whatever it is, that you could be entertained by, right? So anyway, you all could go to thefacesofmars.com, which everyone knows your defense for the war which we all fight against the evil dark missioners, who are all leading you away from the light and the truth and manipulating you all instead to help you open your wallets and your pocketbooks to only join their dark-sided special clubs and their special subscriptions that only allows them more power to continue to mislead you all and to steer you all away from the truth that they themselves not wish to face or even admit to. Hell, let alone even talk about.
Yeah, UFO Diaries.
Faces on Mars.
Cover-up controversy.
Down through time.
Huge conspiracy.
It is a conspiracy.
Okay.
That's right, but the Martian Revelation is, however, 100% listener-supported, with no special clubs or any special subscriptions to join. So if you're a listener, please help support the Martian Revelation show again, which is your only defense for that war which we all fight against evil dark missioners. And we're trying to work with the goal each week to bring you the truth one show at a time. So please share the facesofmars.com link. And I must also ask you, although, that you please donate to the show with anything that you could afford by clicking on the big red, white, and blue American Donate button at the top of the show page to allow it to continue being here for you down through time. As it is because of you, the listener, which makes the Martian Revelation possible to be brought to you all back through time. So your listenership and your donation support actually counts, and it helps us all to not only fight, but to win against those evil dark missioners, as well as to secure a future which we all could literally make the Martian Revelation our reality. By what? By making our fate.
But you know how else you can help make our fate? Is by advertising or sponsoring this show. You could advertise your business, your products, your books, whatever it is that you would like to advertise. Or even if you have a message that you would like to have advertised on the show, heard all around the world, and kept in the archives as well, where it will always be heard. And those archives are hit constantly. But no special clubs or special subscriptions. So if you'd like to advertise on this show or sponsor it, you especially need to jot this down, MarsRevealer@gmail.com. MarsRevealer@gmail.com. That's my email. And using that email address of MarsRevealer@gmail.com, you can send me messages, questions, music, or artwork, or guest requests, or even if you wish to request to be a guest, or anything else that you would like to speak to me about. Especially if it has to do with any old yet new image data showing other faces of Mars taken by the Viking orbiters from 1976/82. That was seen in a video that's also seen on the facesofmars.com page called UFO Diaries.
Yeah, UFO Diaries.
Cydonia, discover the Earth-Mars connection. It's only a 22-minute long video, and you'll be very surprised to see it was more than two-thirds of it.
My name is Richard C. Hoagland.
It was also the same person who encouraged me years ago to investigate into these images and to that video. And the dude is serious legwork, because I'm just too swamped at present. That was his exact words. Now, down through time, we're more acclimated. We understand what that means. What's Trump trying to drain now in the Patriots? The swamp.
The dark side, the bad guys, the controllers, the ones that want to keep us down on the farm.
So Hoagland was telling us in code back then, he was too swamped at present. He's part of the swamp, which does not want the secrets out. Again, and upon my follow-up investigations and that, getting to the producers.
The fascination of the Faces on Mars for me, and my fascination with Richard Hoagland, who's been the big mover and shaker in all of that.
The investigation led back to him, and then all of a sudden he wanted it stopped, to derail it. Not just derail it, but try to derail me, to destroy my life. And this show. to prevent you all from seeing and knowing about the truth, or even just asking questions. No matter what still the truth is, questions need to be asked and answered to get to the truth. Not what you think you know, or what you think you want to know, or what you think the answers are, or to steer people in a certain way to think the way that you do while asking for special clubs and special subscriptions. And not allowing what the people would really want to ask basic questions to get the truth of?
Well, I'm suspicious.
We got them from Hoagland, we got them from NASA, and there you are. I mean, one of them's going to say, yeah, those are ours.
Which are our pictures.
It led back to him.
My name is Richard C. Hoagland.
So when I say NASA, I want to be very clear.
I'm NASA and you're not? And that's what the acronym stands for.
The great mystery at this point seems to be if the Enterprise mission and its colleagues can find all this and so much more, then why can't NASA? Or is there something more? Is it possible that they have seen what we have seen and also understand what's really there, but have a reason to keep silent?
He says to stop further investigation into mysterious pictures.
Damn it, are you fucking with me?
Mr. Hoagland says they are evidence of intelligent life.
You need to get more down in the weeds and look at some of the weird stuff going on behind the scenes around it.
Those faces of Mars that are seen in that video are not seen in any NASA public archive, especially for Viking, as it literally took me a year and a half to process the Viking orbiter archives, and they're not in there. But the thing is, long story short, the producers, Charles E. Selye of Once Grizzly Adams Productions, God rest his soul, and Lee Eric Shackelford had stated that Richard Hoagland provided those images. I mean, Mr. Selye in an email wrote to me, too. These files came from Richard Hoagland. Why would he be needing them from us? Especially after all this time, I add. Since that video was made, it was released in '93. That means Hoagland provided them with those images before '93, at least.
You know, a lot of people will think that your conspiracy theories make you stark raving mad.
Well, I'm suspicious.
I'm NASA and you're not?
So check out that video.
Yeah, UFO Diaries.
And check out the faces, images that are in that video that I'm on the hunt for. So if you're someone who works on the inside that knows about these images,
The faces on Mars.
or has access, or knows the information that could guide us to where they are, you can remain anonymous. Your anonymity will be respected and upheld, and we all respect you and commend you nuts for doing so in advance. I could be and will be your public sector. You can remain all of our private sector. Or even if you have any other knowledge of any other, even modern space imagery that shows very implicating things that we the people have a right to see and to know about, and that we should know about what's really not just on Mars, but anywhere in space. Even if you're for an international space agency who hears this show, which I know they do, especially in Russia and Europe. The commie Chinese, I don't want none of you. But I encourage the rest of you all also to email me at marsrevealer@gmail.com. Again, that's marsrevealer@gmail.com.
And just remember also that if you're listening to this Martian Revelation show, then know this, that you are the resistance down through time. So let's get into some news. And there's a lot of it out there. Really, a lot of it. I mean, if only everyone out there understood how much the space race and the space technologies is actually faring and what's going on. But just too much for this show, number one. And two, I just like to focus on the more related things. Other people's interests, which you already know, expounds to many different areas of scientific research and many missions. But again, it's nowhere near quite enough to what we need to be and what we need to do. And with a quickness. And the only one that has that vision is Elon Musk of SpaceX. Here's an article released from today from Science and Technology. Elon Musk's latest adventure, the Starship SN8. He hopes it will be a stepping stone to the moon and Mars. If all goes well, Elon Musk's plan to conquer the universe will soon take another step forward with the flight of the Starship SN8, serial number 8. A rocket built by his company, SpaceX, SN8 is expected to rise from its launch pad at Boca Chica in Texas sometime between December 4th and the 6th. That would have been great if it was today. But SpaceX has not confirmed this, but a local flight restriction has been imposed on the area for that period. How coincidental, huh? But the idea is that it will fly to an altitude of 15 kilometers, cut its engines, tip slowly forward until it is parallel with the Earth's surface, and let gravity take its course. Then shortly before it hits the ground, it will fire its thrusters again to realign itself vertically and will thus come gently to rest on a landing pad a few hundred meters away from where it took off. The SN8, as its name suggests, the eighth in the current series of prototypes for SpaceX's proposed Starship big effing rocket. And again, the SN stands for serial number. It is, though, the first to have a nose cone, and thus to assume the distinctive atmosphere-penetrating shape normally sported by space rockets. It also has more oomph than its predecessors. Previous SNSs have used just one of SpaceX's Raptor engines, and have, if launched, some were used for ground tests, have reached a height of no more than 150 meters. SN8 includes 3 Raptors, half the number expected for the finished design. Strictly, SN8 is a prototype of only the second stage of the Starship big effing rocket that SpaceX proposes eventually to build. Its successors are intended to sit on an as-yet-to-be-constructed Super Heavy rocket that will deliver the bulk of the firepower. The first stage vehicle is expected to house up to 37 Raptors. These will give it double the thrust developed by the first stage of a Saturn V. The launch vehicle America used for its crewed Apollo moon missions of the past, and the moon is indeed an intended destination, as listeners to this show hopefully could appreciate, though the craft will earn most of its bread and butter ferrying goods and people into orbits close to Earth, a task for which it has a capacity of 100 tons. That's right, per cargo. And Elon's vision was to build 1,000 big effing rockets. Now, this is how it has to be done. That's the thing now. Crucially, unlike a Saturn V, every part of which, except the capsule containing the crew, was thrown away during the course of a mission, a Starship will be fully recyclable, with both stages returning to Earth in a manner similar to SN8. Moreover, unlike Saturn's partially recyclable successor, the Space Shuttle, refurbishing a Starship for relaunch will not cost $1 billion a pop. Instead, Elon Musk estimates the turnaround will require only a few $1 million. Look at the balls out of that vision compared to $1 billion a pop. If we were to refurbish the Starship for relaunch like NASA did with the Space Shuttle, and we've seen how that was a deteriorating factor also that cost lives. Don't get me started, because we should be at a much different position and place in space, as well as our security of this nation, long ago. But that wasn't the plan, was it? But Starship's big effing rockets should also be cheap to build. Instead of a fancy carbon fiber composite, they are made of stainless steel, which is a 70th as expensive, but is in many ways better. Not only is it resistant to the fracturing, to which a composite might be prone in the low temperatures of outer space, but its melting point is also high enough to prevent damage in the fiery conditions of re-entry. This is an important part of the Starship big effing rocket's easy recyclability. When an entire Starship big effing rocket will fly is still anyone's guess. Mr. Musk has a good record of doing what he says, but his timings have a tendency to slip. For a man who famously once said his ambition was to die on Mars, but not on impact, the Starship big effing rocket project is an important step on the road to his intended retirement home. Bases on the moon or Mars would need frequent resupply from Earth. That would be made easier by high-powered reusable rockets, especially Elon Musk's big effing rockets that are bigger than any other entrepreneur of space and rocket fields are building or hoping to build. He needs a fleet of them. Then not only could colonization on Mars be attained, but also of the moon. They want the moon to be a stepping stone. Well, start making these big effing rockets unless you got something else better to ferry the cargo while taking a turtleneck stale pace speed policy agenda, allowing our enemies of the Earth to get there first. Again, don't get me started. But Elon Musk has himself put the odds of SN8's flight being successful at 3-1 against. Wow. If it does succeed, however, the odds against his wider vision of the future coming true will shorten. But it's definitely no short vision and not short-sighted. And it's interesting, was going back to November 20th from the SpaceX Crew Dragon astronauts. SpaceX is better than the shuttle or Soyuz, says astronaut who flew all three. Now, check this out. The Dragon is the best, is the short answer. A team of 4 astronauts that blasted off from Cape Canaveral, Florida, inside a SpaceX Crew Dragon that weekend. The team successfully reached the International Space Station just 27 hours later. That Sunday night's launch was a historic moment. It was the first operational crew change mission to deliver astronauts to the space station from American soil since the retirement of the Space Shuttle program in 2011. And it was a smooth ride, as Japanese Aerospace Agency JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi explained during a press conference from aboard the space station. The Dragon is the best, short answer, he said, comparing the experience to riding NASA space shuttles and Russia's Soyuz spacecraft. The Dragon really wanted to go to space, he added. Ha ha! Really wanted to go to space. What do you think he's really telling us there, everybody behind the lines? The Dragon really wanted to go to space, meaning that those missions didn't really want to go to space because we're all being sold out. But Noguchi became only the 3rd person to ride all 3 spacecraft, as the Associated Press reports. This feels like you are actually inside a Dragon bringing us up to space. So that was quite a feeling, the Japanese astronaut said. And during the same press event, first-time astronaut Victor Glover, the Crew Dragon's pilot, described the extended feeling of 4 Gs, 4 times the force per unit of mass due to Earth's gravity, as truly amazing. I've seen tons of pictures, Glover said, but when I first looked out the window at the Earth, it's hard to describe. There are no words. It was an amazing once-in-a-lifetime feeling. There are no words. Again, I could hear people's minds clicking with the conspiracies and the rumors and the lore. But that's good to know. The SpaceX is chalking it up in such a shorter time than NASA has been doing it. And NASA wants to appear as the forefront of the beacon of light and truth and knowledge, when in fact, like Noguchi said, and he's a Japanese astronaut, it was great to go up on a craft that was actually wanted to go to space. It really wanted to go there. Where were we being brought? We were being brought to our nation's destruction, let alone our space program. Everything that's happening now is based on plans and policies on a turtleneck, snail-pace speed policy agenda where it does not benefit we the people. It does not benefit America or Americans, and definitely don't benefit the idea of America first. The race is on, and we must affirm our position to understand what this all really means for us all, that we must fight for, not just for this nation and those who want to lead us in this space with an America First vision, then keeping us as a third world nation who literally now everybody want us to eat fucking grass and weeds. Now, who eats grass and weeds? And who do you think they want to put it on now because of how they had to live based on their own governmental processes over the years? China! You want to eat fucking grass and weeds? I don't think so. While they get a stepping stone and a foothold in space, I don't think so. America First is the vision that will build up the vision and the architecture for the rest of the world to follow. Anyway, just a rant, but it's true. So that being said, 3 days ago, SpaceX's first crewed Mars mission could launch as early as 2024, Elon Musk says. Again, 4 years. The vision is his for we the people. If we the people would get behind him, we can make our reality and make our fate. You're not going to do it with those trying to rob it from us who have sold it to our enemies, where we will not even be a nation at all, let alone be able to do anything in space. It's time to wake up to their vision of what they want for the world. And it didn't include a we the people. Just saying. So again, SpaceX's first crewed Mars mission could launch as early as 2024, Elon Musk says, if we get lucky. SpaceX's crewed mission to Mars could be just 4 years away. Company founder and CEO Elon Musk said on Tuesday, December 1st, that he's highly confident SpaceX will launch people toward the red planet in 2026, adding that the milestone could come as early as 2024, if we get lucky. But why do we need luck when we got the ability and we got a nation with people filled with balls and the money to get behind this effort, which would really not just make America great again, it will make America great permanently. See, that's the vision that the world does not want. That's why this race is so important. It's time to wakey. So he's highly confident that SpaceX will launch people toward the red planet in 2026, adding that the milestone could come as early as 2024. Again, if we get lucky. Elon Musk made the remarks during a webcast interview with Matthias Döpfner, CEO of the German media company Axel Springer SE. The two spoke at Axel Springer's Berlin headquarters as part of a ceremony honoring Musk, who won this year's Axel Springer Award. No, they're not trying to honor him. They're trying to kiss his ass to get him over there. Wakey. You don't think they would put their money and funds behind him as a nation? We should be doing that with him. NASA could definitely use more minds like Elon Musk to help get us to space beyond the turtleneck snail pace speed policy agenda that they agreed and allowed to be driven to we the people. And remember, this was without telling us. And then Elon continues, we want to try to send an uncrewed vehicle there in 2 years, Musk told Döpfner. The 2-year intervals are dictated by orbital dynamics. Earth and Mars align favorably for interplanetary launches just once every 26 months. The vehicle that will make these Mars trips is the 165-foot-tall Starship Big Effing Rocket, which will launch from Earth atop a giant rocket known as the Super Heavy. Both of these craft will be fully and rapidly reusable. Super Heavy will return to Earth for vertical touchdown shortly after liftoff, and Starship will be able to fly from Earth orbit to Mars and back again many times, Elon Musk has said. And he's right. When the Super Heavy lands back, while the Big Effing Rocket is on its way to Mars, per se, it lands, it gets immediately, with feasibility, reload another Big Effing Rocket to be launched. You see how that works? And then it goes on and on. So we need many Super Heavies, and we need many Big Effing Rockets. Remember, each one carries up to 150-ton cargo, along with 100 people. Think about it. But the Starship Big Effing Rocket will be powerful enough to launch itself off both Mars and the Moon, which have much weaker gravitational pulls than that of the Earth, and obviously, adding to the fact that it would not need as much fuel that we use on Earth that we need there to launch from those places, that's for sure. Just a fraction, probably. Mars a little more than the Moon. But SpaceX is iterating toward the final Starship via a series of prototypes, the latest of which, SN8, serial number 8, is gearing up for a big test flight. SpaceX aims to launch the 3-engine SN8 to a target of 9 miles. See, that's better than kilometers and all this crap. To an altitude of 9 miles this week. Again, it would have been great if it was today. How fitting for the Martian revelation. But that's far higher than any other Starship prototype has flown to date. 3 single-engine variants, the Starhopper, SN5 and SN6, reached a maximum altitude of about 500 foot on their test flights, which occurred last summer and this past August and September, respectively. Listeners to this show know and appreciate. The final Starship will sport 6 of SpaceX's powerful new Raptor engines, Musk has said. Super Heavy will sport about 30 Raptors. It's a big effing rocket. But Musk has long stressed that he founded SpaceX in 2002 primarily to help humanity become a multi-planet species. Now use that since 2002, which the Martian Revelation was also airing, by the way. The archive for tonight, Rosemary Decker and Jim Burke, was from 2003. But think about it, the short time and all he's accomplished compared to where NASA has brought us, never went back to, and was on a turtleneck snail pace speed policy agenda, do not want to go to space. Hey, you heard Noguchi, remember? His words, wakey. But Musk has long stressed again that he founded SpaceX in 2002 primarily to help humanity become a multi-planet species. Where did vision go, America? The vision has returned. We must keep him here and get behind him and make America great permanently. The Germans want him. Others want him. But he reiterated the goal during his conversation with Doffner, also doubled down on another previously stated desire that he wants to die on Mars. Just not on impact, he joked. No shit. Today's discussion was a wide-ranging, touching on a number of Musk's ventures and passions. For example, Elon Musk expressed confidence that his electric car company, Tesla, will introduce a fully autonomous driving capability next year. Remember iRobot, everybody? Though he stressed it's clear when regulators will approve fully autonomous driving. The annual Axel Springer Award is given to outstanding personalities who are particularly innovative and who generate and change markets, influence culture, and at the same time face up to their responsibility to society. Company representatives wrote in the description of the award. You see, and where's he getting it? Instead of getting it here in the USA, he's getting it there, kissing his ass. I told you that. It's a prestige prize without prize money, the description adds. But I'm sure there's a little read the fine print or a little whisper in the back room before Elon leaves. Hey, the money could come if you come live here. Wake up. But previous Axel Springer Award winners include Amazon.com founder Jeff Bezos, who also runs the spaceflight company Blue Origin, yes, and not to knock him and his efforts, but I got to tell you, Elon's got the bigger balls out vision of what needs to be done for we the people and America first. So does Blue Origin, but not in the big ways that Elon's vision could bring us. You see, that is the goal. Hey, I'm just saying, but Bezos, who also runs a spaceflight company called Blue Origin, World Wide Web inventor Timothy Berners-Lee, and Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg. So all of them have had, but that being said, 2024, if it's ideal, this is where we need to be going. This is where we need to be doing. Because in order to get to Mars, we must set up shop. And Elon Musk states from an article on November 19th, the first Mars city will start with glass domes. At least the future spacefaring civilization discovering our ruins will be impressed humans got that far. Now think about this. At least the future spacefaring civilization discovering our ruins will be impressed humans got that far. He could be talking and hinting about the ruins on Mars. Listeners to this show could appreciate it's not a harebrained scheme or a great leap of faith to make that connection between the lines. Because we would be a future spacefaring civilization, which would be doing this upon Mars, discovering our ruins, meaning that it's us. Is he hinting he's in on knowledge that may be more privy than we are? Because there's still no known fact that what's on Mars was from humans or humanity. Many great theories and stories and reasonings. I'm not going to deny that, and listeners to this show can appreciate. We have such a variety. Somewhere in all that, therein is the truth, which is what we strive for. But I just find that really interesting. That's a really great, amazing, cryptic sentence. At least a future spacefaring civilization discovering our ruins will be impressed humans got that far. Huh. Would you be impressed that we got that far to discover our ruins as a future spacefaring civilization to another planet? You'd be a civilization. You got to be civilized to create a civilization to build cities on Mars. Would you be impressed for yourself that we got that far? Or is it implicating discovering our ruins? Would we be impressed that we got that far? Because those ruins that are on Mars, some more pristine than others, some more ruined than others, are on such sheer scales of unfathomability than what we could accomplish here on Earth. Much larger than the ancient ruins we see here on Earth, like of the pyramids. So maybe he's trying to give us the question that those are our ruins, and would we be surprised that we got that far? What, in building them, or building them and doing what Mars was, and then getting that far to the Earth to only sink backward and to start again and then rediscover our ruins? I mean, think about it. Sounds like he did. That's another way, what it boils down to. But SpaceX CEO Elon Musk has some ambitious plans to turn humanity into a multiplanetary species. Again, NASA, you lost your vision. And a lot of respect. The leaders of them and the visionaries that made their policies. They screwed us over. And it's my right to that opinion. I'm not knocking all of NASA employees and stuff, because if and when they get to a position where people like them and Elon Musk, and to build this vision of space, NASA's going to be a forgotten memory. You understand? We are reaching out to make our fate of the future. Like Noguchi said, we must want to go. So again now, with the aid of a fleet of Starship big effing rocket spacecraft, the intrepid billionaire wants to establish a permanent foothold on Mars, 100 million people strong by 2050. Now Elon Musk is publicly fleshing out his vision further. Life in glass domes at first, Musk wrote in a Thursday tweet, responding to a question about what life on Mars will look like early on. Eventually terraformed to support life like Earth. But scientists and science fiction authors have long suggested that terraforming could allow humans to breathe on the open Martian surface. But that vision is still a distant dream, far beyond the first Martian bases, according to Musk. And he's right. You got to start off somewhere with the basics. Boy, what balls to do so. And again, since 2002. NASA, why haven't you? But terraforming will be too slow to be relevant in our lifetime, Elon Musk wrote in a follow-up tweet. However, we can establish a human base there in our lifetime, at least a future spacefaring civilization discovering our ruins will be impressed humans got that far. Again, wow, that's interesting. But terraforming Mars is indeed a massive undertaking. An analysis last year concluded that it may require 3,500 nuclear warheads every single day to increase Mars's atmospheric pressure to breathable levels and melt the planet's ice caps in order to release carbon dioxide, which will then be trapped in the form of greenhouse gases. But there's one big snag with that plan. The ensuing radiation would also turn the surface completely inhabitable. Even though it's been nuked in the past. But why add to that? Though it makes sense, and unless there's a cleaner way to do that. But until then, I think let's go with the glass domes and shit, and fabricated buildings and atmospheric suits we'll have to wear. I mean, hey, it can still be fun, right? And in 2018, the study also concluded that there simply isn't enough trapped carbon dioxide on the red planet to sufficiently raise enough atmospheric pressure to sustain humans on the surface. Well, we have no problem with that shit either. All we got to go over there is give a hoot and pollute. What, right? I don't know. We got to ask the scientists. We got to get them on the show, right? But those limitations aren't going to stop Elon Musk from going after his dream of establishing a permanent presence there. Yes, indeed. What big balls you got, Mr. Musk. NASA, you can learn a thing or three from him. Elon Musk has previously claimed that with the help of 1,000 big effing rocket Starship spacecrafts, massive rockets, he says that will be capable of carrying to 100 tons and 150 tons of cargo or 100 passengers between planets. What do you mean? Or I heard it was and 100 passengers. You could do that too. Make a bigger effing rocket. Or ones that will connect into space. You can already connect them to refuel, right? So all we got to do is make extra lengths and have the fuel enough to push it all the way to Mars. It's a no-brainer. We don't even need 1,000, but 1,000 would really jumpstart of what his vision is. But But again, they'll be capable of carrying 100 tons of cargo or 100 passengers between planets, a sustainable Mars city that could be established. About 100 vehicles would each have to carry 100 tons of cargo every 2 years, according to Musk calculations. You see? 100 vehicles, each would have to carry 100 tons of cargo. Think about all the things we could utilize as that cargo. Not just materials, tools, equipment, all sorts of things, but soil, water, other things to make life sustainable for us there without interfering with the life which may or may not be on Mars. But we listeners of this show appreciate and understand that there is. So, again, we have to bring us to them, a spacefaring civilization, including animals. Think about that shit. But early settlements might look a little rough around the edges. Getting to Mars, I think, is not the fundamental issue, he said during a September virtual Humans to Mars summit. The fundamental issue is the building a base, building a city on Mars that is self-sustaining. Again, you got to bring your civilization with you. But I want to emphasize this is a very hard and dangerous and difficult thing, he added at the time. See, it's got balls. Not for the faint of heart. Good chance you'll die. And it's going to be tough going, but it'll be pretty glorious if it works out. The ambition lies very close to the entrepreneur's heart, or at least his marketing strategy. His name will forever go down in the history books. He knows what he's doing. He won't be like most men whose name will be forgotten after a generation or two if they're lucky. But if we don't improve our pace of progress, I'm definitely going to be dead before we go to Mars, Musk said during the Satellite 2020 conference in Washington back in March. And that was a plea out to the U.S. government and we the people to get behind him. Because wouldn't that suck? And does his progress then stop when he does die without reaching that goal? And then what about our greatness? America First vision. That dies too? Because this is what can and what will sustain and secure it. But his space company has come a long way in turning Starship big effing rocket into a reality. Several early prototypes have already taken to the skies, albeit only to a height of roughly 500 feet. In the following weeks, the first prototype will attempt fly to an altitude of 9 miles. Well, again, this was then. That day was supposed to be today. That would have been great. But if everything goes according to Elon Musk's ambitious plan, the first Starship big effing rocket will make its way to Mars as soon as 2024, which we just went over in the last article. Which brings us also to this next article from 3 days ago. Mars colonists could get fuel and oxygen from water on the red planet. Added benefits. Save money, right? So let's get into this one. Colonists on Mars could one day generate fuel and oxygen from salt water on the red planet, a new study finds. The novel technology behind this advance could also help submarines generate oxygen from seawater on Earth, researchers said. In order to live on Mars, any potential colonists will need oxygen to breathe and fuel such as hydrogen gas to power their equipment. Any water they find on the red planet will therefore provide invaluable, as they can use electricity and other methods to break the water down into both hydrogen and oxygen. Mars is a long way out there, and we are limited in the amount of stuff that we can bring with us. So if we can utilize resources already present there, that's more economical and more viable than having to lug everything with us, study senior author Vijay Ramani, a chemical engineer at Washington University in St. Louis, told Space.com. Previous research found Mars possesses large amounts of ice, and NASA's Phoenix lander also found signs the planet's Arctic plains were covered with a film of liquid water in the last few million years. Phoenix also discovered compounds known as percolates in Martian soil, which can act like antifreeze, lowering the freezing point of water past its normal temperature. Again, I want to see that proof of the percolates. But since brines containing water and percolates may remain liquid even at the chilly temperatures found on the Martian surface, Ramani and his colleagues wanted to see if they could use a technique known as electrolysis to split water molecules to form hydrogen and oxygen using electricity. The average annual temperature on Mars is about minus 81.4 degrees Fahrenheit. although that it could vary by more than 212 degrees Fahrenheit over the course of a day. Electrolysis has been known for about 100 years or more, but mostly uses pure water as its feed, Ramani said. In prior work, Ramani and his colleagues developed materials known as lead ruthenate pyrochlor electrocatalysts that could help them electrolyze seawater. In a new study, their experiments revealed such catalysts could help electrolyze percolate brines, generating ultra-pure hydrogen and oxygen at the kind of ultra-low temperatures found on the Martian surface. We could derive oxygen for breathing and hydrogen for fuel using materials on Mars itself, the briny water now known to be present there, Ramani said. Future missions don't necessarily have to carry those components to Mars, but make them in situ with technology such as ours. Some electricity is needed to drive these chemical reactions. On Mars, such electricity will likely come from solar power cells, Ramani noted. And I will also say they could also bring some nuclear isotopic power sources as well. But previously, the NASA Mars Perseverance Forever Mars Oxygen In Situ Resource Utilization Experiment, or the MOXIE, showed that it could use electricity to break down carbon dioxide into oxygen and carbon monoxide. For the same amount of power as MOXIE, the new study could generate 25 times as much oxygen or more and not generate any toxic carbon monoxide to boot, the researchers said. When we're talking about exploring space or the surface of the moon or Mars, it's never just one technology that's used. It's never just one silver bullet that solves all issues, Ramani said. A bunch of technologies will be needed to work in parallel with each other to make life easier on Mars, and our hope is that ours will be one of them. The scientists noted that this could help NASA fulfill its current mandate to land humans on Mars by the mid-2030s. Wake up, it's too late. The turtleneck snail pace policy speed agenda. It ain't going to work. Again, get behind Elon Musk. But we hope that we can interest NASA in trying to scale up this technology and further improve its performance and in demonstrations in facilities simulating the Martian environment, Ramani said. Such electrocatalysts may find use on Earth as well. If you're in a submarine where there is limited oxygen and there is salt water all around you, you can siphon in some salt water and split it to get fresh oxygen, Ramani said. In the U.S. Navy, most submarines are nuclear powered, so there's no shortage of electricity. For applications on land, you could also split briny water to generate hydrogen fuel. The scientists detailed their findings online November 30th in the Journal of Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. And that is very interesting and something that, again, I just thought I'd add to that tidbit of news that we went over to help wake you all up, that we need to get to Mars. It's feasible. We could utilize what's there or bring it with us. But for this last news piece, I would like to bring up something that I seen on Stephen Ben-Danoon today. And it's very interesting, as he was told by an Israeli source, that there are indeed aliens and that they're also on Mars with American astronauts as well. So let's all listen to this couple minutes news tidbit from Mr. Stephen Ben-Danoon. And speaking of which, it's a good idea. I'm going to contact him. He would be a great guest for the show. I've been wanting to talk with him for some time now. It'd be great to introduce him to the Martian revelation. But let's listen to this.
Thank you for joining Steve Ben-Danoon here with Israeli News Live. As we mentioned to you, those of you here on Patreon, Israeli News Live, former military space head Israel is losing its edge. This is an old article from 2011, but we're talking about none other than Professor Chaim Ished. He's newly retired Chief of Defense Ministry of Space Division, says Israel must increase funding for research. Well, he's just come out with a major bombshell of information. And I have a good friend that I have to thank over in Israel, Israeli journalist that shared that information with me. Can't mention his name here, but I'd love to. And I want to read to you what he sent to me. And actually, I'll share it with you so you can see for yourself what was actually said. And he said, Professor Chaim Ished, who headed the Israeli space program, and he also was the father of the Ophik satellite, confirms with complete confidence the existence of aliens and cooperation with them. And these are his statements on the subject. Now, I have no idea when the statements were made. I'll try to get some clarification on this. He said the UFOs have asked not to publish that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet. Trump was on the verge of exposing them, but the aliens and the Galactic Federation said, wait, let the winds calm down first. They do not want to cause us mass hysteria. They want to make us sane and understanding first. They have waited until today for humanity to evolve and to reach a stage where we will generally understand what space and spaceships are. Now, sitting here and I think about this as I'm reading this, about how I already know that the United States also has our own space program. We have a base on Mars, as I've been told from inside intel sources in the U.S. government. But let me just continue on. There is an agreement between the U.S. government and the aliens. They also signed a contract with us for conducting experiments here. They, too, are researching and trying to understand the whole fabric of the universe, and they want us as helpers. Maybe this is the reason why they want to put this little nanotechnology inside of your brain. And believe me, you don't need that little vacuum cleaner injection in your arm to get that. They can do the little swab back there on the inside of your little brain when they stick that swab way up there. They got those little nanoparticles on that little Q-tip they stick in there and puts those little aluminum particles, little nanoparticles right into your brain. Maybe that's experiments they wanted to conduct, right? There is an underground base in the depths of Mars, he says, and there are their representatives and also our American astronauts. I didn't even read that part yet. I told you guys that. If I had come up with what I say today 5 years ago, I would have been hospitalized, he goes on to say. In every academy that I published information about it in the past, they said, this guy went crazy. Today I hear people speak differently. I have nothing to lose. I've received my degrees and awards, and I'm respected in universities abroad, and the attitude towards the subject also changes there. Well, Professor Chaim Michel, I have to agree with you. A lot of people think I'm nuts for saying anything about these things as well, but I'm so glad to see that you said there is an underground base in the depths of Mars. That's interesting. In the depths of Mars, there are their representatives and also our American astronauts. So that's why we're at Mars. Well, what do you know? I think it's very interesting. I hope it's a blessing to many of you listening tonight. I'm Stephen Ben-Nun with Israeli News Live.
Thank you for that tidbit of news, Mr. Stephen Ben-Nun. An underground base in the depths of Mars. The subsurface illegals. Here we come. Listeners to this show could appreciate that piece of news and how that's very interesting. The subjects covered on this show and whatnot. How that all seems to fit in. Well, everyone, I guess that's about all the news I want to get into. And then we can go to a break and we can come back. We all could listen to an archive from one of the annals of the past of the Martian revelation, starting off with Rosemary Decker. And she's an interesting person as well. I had her on again, as I said, in 2003. Check out her book there on thefacesofmars.com. 35 Minutes to Mars. Sad to say, she is now deceased. She passed away in 2009 at the age of 93. And she was a really nice lady. I think you guys are at least going to love her. She's sweet. Sorry, she passed away at the age of 92. And space and UFO research was her passion. Her studies of Mars culminated with the publication of 35 Minutes to Mars in 2004. Well, it's kind of funny because I got that book late 2003 after I had her on. I never got a chance to have her on again after the book was published, but she had sent me a book. She had sent me a copy of that book. Now, it's pretty funny, I look it up online, and it's $150 or more. And then a buddy of mine tells me that, of course she died, so it makes the book go for 2 to 3 times more. I was like, really? That's interesting. But she was one of the real pioneers in the UFO and contactee movement, with unique inside knowledge and experiences of what happened in the 1950s and 60s. And she passed away January 22nd, 2009. She was a close friend of several of the classic 1950s contactees like George Adamski and Daniel Fry. and she had been at the Palomar Gardens, home of George Adamski, on that momentous day, November 20th, 1952, when he and some friends returned from the first meeting with the Venusian in the California desert. Later, she was able to interview separately 5 of the 6 witnesses to the encounter. During these years, she also came to know several silent contactees still unknown to the UFO research community. And it was a pleasure and an honor to have her on way back then. So I just thought I'd put this show up for you all tonight. And after that, you'll have Jim Berg talking of the news at the time of 2003. What a way we've come. And hopefully I could get Jim back here to reappear as guest to the show. Boy, that would be really interesting to look at how much progress has happened over the years on a turtleneck snail pay speed policy agenda. With that being said, I would like you all to please
go to www.thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
That's right. Scroll on down the page, see the information for tonight's guest, her book, 35 Minutes to Mars. And under that, please check out my buddy Larry Bowen's recipe for those packing and smoking them, because they definitely need them on this show, for creamy garlic mushrooms. He's going to be making another video soon. Under that, check out The Face of Acidalia. And there's a video there attributed to it. And under that, check out the new Face of Mars I found titled The Screamer, that my buddy Eric Steele had named. He couldn't see the face at first, so I told him to pack it and smoke it, and then tell me what he sees. And that's when he comes back and he tells me he packed it and smoked it, and he now sees the Screamer. So he officially gave it its name. Be sure to check out the rest of the page of thefacesofmars.com, especially from my buddy Rami Bar-Ilan's exclusive Mars imagery. So aside from that, listeners of this show could appreciate, we have a motto here: pack them and smoke them, because you're definitely going to need them when you come back on the Martian Revelation.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
Imagine that everything the U.S. government has told you about UFOs since Roswell has been a lie. Imagine that in a decade after Roswell, the government attempted communication with the aliens and succeeded. And after that, in absolute secrecy, things had gone far, far beyond this. Now imagine that tomorrow, the whole secret program is going to fall apart, and every terrible thing is going to come out. All we have left now is a prayer. Morning Star Pass, the collapse of the UFO cover-up, a fictional but unflinching and terrifying look inside the UFO cover-up, the secret government that supports it, and the world of the aliens themselves, and then how the whole secret kingdom ends. Morning Star Pass, a book that pulls no punches and does not sheath the sword unblooded. Morning Star Pass, plunging boldly where no other book has ventured, captures the whole wondrous nightmare that the UFO experience has become, from bizarre experiments performed on helpless abductees, to horrifying mutilations, to beyond, to the world of secret government supported by its own secret police, to the aliens in their secret bases, and finally to the beckoning stars themselves. The book does this by placing the cover-up, humanity, and the Earth in the real cosmos, where humanity and its passions are a part of the universe, not an aberration on it. Then comes the fall of the cover-up, a climax of violence and desperation, to leave the human race facing the multi-hued stars with eyes open and seeking its place in them. The sands of time have run out for the cover-up, for against it, leading an army of investigators and warriors, comes Cassandra Chen, beautiful, driven, and doomed. Who can save her and us? Haha, you'll have to read it to find out. Morning Star Pass, The Collapse of the UFO Cover-Up by Victor Norgard. Get yours today. You can find this at www.firstbooks.com.
It's a god-awful small affair to the girl with the mousy hair, but her mommy is yelling no, and her daddy has told her to go. But her friend is nowhere to be seen. Now she walks through her sunken dream to the seat with the clearest view, and she's hooked to the silver screen. But the film is a sad thing for she's lived it 10 times or more. She could spit in the eyes of fools if they ask her to focus on sailors fighting in the dance hall. Oh man, look at those cavemen go. It's the freakiest show. Take a look at the low man beating up the wrong guy. Oh man, wonder if you'll ever know who's in the best-selling show. Is their life on Mars? It's on America's tortured brow that Mickey Mouse has grown up a cow. And now the workers have struck for fame, 'cause Lennon's on sale again. See the mice in their million hordes, from Ibiza to the Norfolk Broads. Rule Britannia is out of bounds, to my mother, my dog and clowns. But the film is a sad thing for, 'cause I wrote it 10 times or more. It's about to be writ again, as I ask you to focus on sailors fighting in the dance hall. Oh man, look at those cavemen go. It's the freakiest show. Take a look at the low man beating up the wrong guy. Oh man, wonder if you'll ever know who's in the best-selling show. Is their life on Mars?
Yeah, that's the question, people. Is there life on Mars? That's a nice song, isn't it? Some David Bowie, and I forget who that was with him. Interesting concept, though, huh? It floats you away, methodically and all, and woof, right to the Martian revelation, which is upon you all now. This is Gary Leggiere, your host, the Mars Revealer, and that's right, it's another Saturday evening with the Martian revelation. And for those of you who remember last week regarding the face, we are going to continue on along those lines of connections. What's the connections of it all, of what we are seeing up there and which have been put here on Earth and discovered from the past? I mean, there's just so many concepts to it all between an Earth-Mars connection. And speaking of which, we have a very interesting guest here tonight to speak about some of these issues and whatnot. And her name is Rosemary Decker. And Rosemary Decker was an art teacher plus a remedial teacher for over 30 years. 50 years ago, Rosemary began studying the Mars and Earth connection. She also has been interested in UFOs, especially because she had seen one really close in 1956. Eventually, she took advice, though, from a Mars expert scientist who suggested that someday up the road that conditions make it possible to write a book about Mars. When the monuments of Mars were photographed by the Viking orbiters in 1976, Rosemary began taking notes toward writing a book about Mars. So with the help of several generous astronomers, particularly Richard C. Hoagland, her book was written over a period of 4+ years, and it will be published this spring by Goldie Press, Inc. The title is called 35 Minutes from Earth to Mars. Interesting topic. That's right, 35 minutes from Earth to Mars. That sounds pretty cool, don't it? And the reason for the title is when we gain gravity control, we should be able to get a spacecraft to Mars within 35 to 40 minutes. I mean, that blows Prometheus. What happened? You know, that it's going to take 6 weeks instead of 6 months. This sounds a lot better deal, if you ask me. But anyway, under optimum conditions, that is, of the craft and the technology used of that gravitational control, 35 to 40 minutes. That's still quite a leap, you know, if you will. Also, the book will show that from legends and myth from various peoples from deep in the ancient past to today, telling tales of direct connection for Earth and Mars. That's right, this ain't the Twilight Zone, folks. This is Earth. This is your history. This is who you are. Think about it. Well, the implications that is down there that are abound, and the evidence is, well, let's just say, in your face exists, you know, pun intended. And many, you know, are learning that and coming to see that more and more. Starting in the 1970s, there has been an explosion of knowledge about Mars, which helps validate the past myth and legend of Mars and Earth connections. So I believe we have our guest on the line, and this is really interesting where this is going. So you there, Rosemary?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing fine.
Oh, great. Thank you very much for being on and all. And as we understand it, your book obviously is yet to come out.
Yes, it should be out in sometime this spring.
Oh, great. Well, you know, hopefully, you know, we'll link it up here so the listeners will like to hop on that, you know. Also, 50 years ago, you've been studying Mars and Earth connection. Now, I guess start at the beginning, you know. I mean, this is really interesting.
Well, 50 years ago, I had a very dear friend and colleague who'd been studying Mars already for 20 years because she was sure there was a Mars-Earth connection, and she had been digging up all the data she could find to that end. For many years, and she passed it along freely to others who were interested, and she did very little writing herself, but she passed the knowledge off to those who were writing. And, of course, one of those people was Brinsley Trench, who wrote his first book, The Sky People, published in 1960, and she contributed probably about half the material for that book. That was a pioneering book on the connection between Earth and Mars.
No.
It's not a great book, but it's a good book, and it's especially interesting because of the fact that he pioneered that.
Now, what type of connection, though, that was being discussed back then? Was it, you know, before the explosion, so to speak, of this field? Was it basically stating?
There had been so many legends and myths all around our planet for centuries, stating that there was this connection, and they all the way from Tibetan legends, Hopi Indian legends, other Indian legends, legends of people down in South Africa. They're centuries old. This is who historian of his people in Africa claimed long ago that his people had legends of people having come from Mars long, long ago.
Now, how long, basically, I mean, because human history is basically made up of an already taught term that has been around for so long, and even in biblical fields, well, depending if, you know, you want to follow all that, because even all the biblical fields seem to go back even before those biblical fields, if you know what I'm saying, of time where humans were here on Earth. So, therefore, how long could this have possibly be?
Well, biblical stories go back about 3,000 years or so, and some of them go back earlier because some of the biblical stories, the early ones, were taken from the Sumerian writings that were 1,000 years older yet. And according to Sumerians, we had been visited by these heavenly visitors, gods they called them.
Right. Well, they called themselves upon us.
Usually termed them the sky people.
Right.
They were known by others as gods, and in the Bible they're alluded to as angels, visitors. The angel means indicates a guest, a visitor.
Right, or an emissary.
Exactly.
That's amazing. So, how many actually around this world do these legends, like, can we, like, pinpoint an origin source? Obviously, right there in Africa, that may be the oldest. Maybe, I don't know. But how many?
The oldest. I don't know how old the Hopi Indian legend is, but it is old. And it's a beautiful story. It was Arizona highways back in 1960 or somewhere along there. There was one of the Arizona Highways magazines had contained a story of the Neiman Hopi ceremony that's held about the end of July or early August every year, in which they celebrate their rescue by people from afar after their village had been nearly starving. Crops had failed, the drought had been prolonged, and all the streams had dried up, and they prayed to the Great Spirit for help, and the answer came invisibly. Soon, every morning, when the runners went down to see if there was any water in the creek, they found large jars full of water, plus some corn. And every morning, the gift was renewed, but they never saw their benefactor. And finally, at the end of the drought, when the crops grew again and the gifts ceased to come, the chief sent runners out in all directions looking for the benefactors. And when they found, two of the runners finally found a little round white house with no doors or windows, but a door slid open, and out stepped two tall beings dressed strangely. One of them addressed the runners and saying, "What can we do for you?" And the runners told them what their errand was, and the man smiled and said, "Well, yes, you found us." So they were invited to come down to the village at a set date so that the villagers could thank them. And when they came, they brought a little spruce tree, the blue spruce, and they told the chief that if they would learn to plant the spruce as far up and down the creek beds as they possibly could, it would not only help to hold the soil to prevent erosion, but if they planted enough acreage, it would help to bring rain because the blue spruce is magnetic to water. So that's the ceremony that they go through. That's the Neiman ceremony.
In remembrance of that.
The reason that we connect this with Mars is because when the visitors left, they left their symbol of their home world. It was two crescent moons interlocked. And there's only one planet in the solar system with two moons. That's Mars.
Right. Phobos and Deimos there.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right.
Incredible. Now, would they leave this on? Did they leave this on ancient cave painting type style, or was it etched into something or a car?
Well, they left enough of the evidence that the villagers were able to duplicate it. For instance, when they put on the Neiman ceremony and they do the dance, the men paint their chests black like the night sky, and use in white. They paint the two little crescent moons on either side of the separating band.
I think I've seen pictures of that before.
We have. Arizona Highways carried a wonderful article with a double-page spread for the illustration. And White Bear made that painting. White Bear was a very fine Hopi artist, and I corresponded with him about the time, shortly after that article came out. I wanted his permission for Brinsley Trench to be able to use that material, that picture, in his book, The Sky People, which he was writing at the time, but had not yet finished at the time.
He sounds like an interesting individual. Would it be impossible to get in touch with him for me?
Brinsley Trench?
Yes.
Oh, he passed on a few years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Very much up in years. Yes, he was about 84, I think, when he passed on.
All right. Well, you did say you were at this for 50 years, so think about that, people, what we got so far. We're going to go to a break real quick. Think about that. These ancient tales going on in depictions of things, and think of that, the two moons.
On to what we've been learning lately.
Exactly. And we shall be back on the Martian Revelation.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
This is AM 920 WMEL Melbourne, Cape Canaveral, Palm Bay, and on the World Wide Web at 920WMEL.com.
If you are a listener of the Martian Revelation, then you are well aware that the entire planet Earth is currently involved in an all-out worldwide space race. Every country across the globe, including England, Germany, India, Russia, and China, are involved in a mad Martian rush to be the first country to plant their flag on Mars. Get an idea of what these brave astronauts will be finding on the planet Mars before President Trump plants the first American boots on the face of Mars. You might want to familiarize yourself with George Haas and get to know his work and read his books. Haas has been studying NASA and European Space Agency imagery of Mars for over 25 years and has co-authored 2 books with geomorphologist William Saunders called the Cydonia Codex and the Martian Codex. I encourage you all to support his research by visiting his website at www.theCydoniaInstitute.com. And remember, as George Haas has always said, through NASA's own pictures, the truth will be revealed. That's right, Southern Man, down here on the Central Florida Space and Treasure Coast. We are here with Rosemary Decker. And you see, we were talking about some interesting aspects upon what has been derived down from the past regarding culture, which has been from meetings with beings depicting from another world consistent with Mars, the one with 2 moons. Yeah, Mars. So, all right, Rosemary, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so that was what? And the Hopis, right, and stuff. What was their region of living again?
Hopi Indians live in Arizona.
Okay. Now, you think maybe that could stem all the way back even further south to maybe, let's say, Nazca?
Oh, there probably are legends in many places, but that's the one that I'm the most familiar with.
Well, I'm just saying that because of the art. Now, I know, like you were describing there, in the art of their depictions, which obviously leads to Mars, and, you know, I think that's obvious. At least some other people may like to disagree, but read the book and follow the data, like Hoagland likes to state, whom you are really familiar with, and because of the art of it all. Now, is there in any aspects to where you see any type of, in the cultures of, the descriptions, like of the face of Cydonia, the feline hominid,
Yes, probably the best book for general and very varied information on Mars contains a great deal on the face. It's the Monuments of Mars by Richard Hoagland, and the latest edition is enormously thick because he keeps updating it, of course.
Yes, I finally got a copy of that. Thank you, Richard.
They're excellent.
Yeah, it was definitely the forward in it. I thought there was a lot more. And the pictures, the added pictures, you people have got to see those pictures and read that book, because this is the history behind it all from beginning and hopefully to not an end over here, you know, with this down fleet right now. You know, we need to get to Mars, but so all over the world from the past, these tribes, these customs state we are from Mars. Now, the way that it seemed, though, that they were tall and different, they seemed like literally higher than humans. But I wonder if genetically, do you think that could be also?
I think that they're, from what I've been able to learn through the years, they are probably our genetic cousins.
Mm-hmm.
Because they look enough like us that if they were dressed like us and wore their hair like us, they'd pass in our streets unnoticed. They are a bit unusually tall, but we have lots of people 6 feet 4 and 5 here. It's not unusual.
Oh, definitely. So you gathered up these tales from the past from people and friends. When did it start becoming more visual?
That's come more or less up to date.
Mm-hmm.
Starting in the 1950s, color photography had developed well enough so that several astronomers were able to get good color photographs of Mars.
Mm-hmm.
And in these color photographs, one of which I have in front of me, one of them was taken by Dr. E.C. Slifer of Lowell Observatory, who back in 1954 and 56 was the leader and director of what was called the Mars Expedition. 17 countries were involved in that, and they studied Mars when it made a close approach, only about 36 million miles away, which happens only occasionally. And he got some good color photos of Mars, and you can see the greenery in the one hemisphere and its white polar cap, and then you can see that the dark areas of the other hemisphere are brown. So one hemisphere was in the spring and the other was in its autumn.
Ah.
And that's not the only color photo of Mars that shows fairly well.
Oh.
Yeah, that the greenery, that greenery on Mars is real greenery. It's some kind of plant life. That has been proven by spectroscopic analysis.
Well, what do you mean with the Mars Odyssey?
The wavelengths of that dark area, the green area, match the wavelengths of greenery on Earth.
You see, that's a direct connection there, and that's by visual analysis to a telescopic views, telescopes, if you will.
Telescope, and yes.
Right. Now, do you have many of these pictures, maybe that they have given you, hopefully, in your book?
I have heaps of pictures. The Face on Mars, by the way, there's 2 books named The Face on Mars.
Right.
And oddly enough, one of them was authored by Australians, Dr. James Hurtak. Oh, he's American. But Brian Crowley was Australian.
Oh,
Baruch.
They wrote the one which came out in Australia, and the other one came out about the same time, and neither of the writers knew that the other was writing a book on the Face on Mars. They were all surprised.
Now, is this when the data from the 1976 image or beforehand discussing of a face on Mars?
They got good views of the Face on Mars. Pyramids.
Before that time, though, as far as any faces or pyramids on Mars was concerned, it was basically still like Brookings-type thinking of what was written in there upon what we would find. No one had any guesses, or did they?
Didn't have photographs yet until the Mariner and the Viking. The Mariners were not very clear, but the Viking photos were quite clear.
Oh, definitely.
Photograph was found that had been taken later, different sun angle. You can see plainly. You can see the other side of the face.
Yes, definitely. And years later, they finally gave us a release of the face in 1998 and just progressed years later again from there, a little more quickly, but still years later, to a full, crisp, clear view somewhat of the face of Cydonia. And it still looks like a face. Face is.
It's still, no matter what you do with it or how you twiddle it, it's still a face.
Yeah, well, except for that public relations screw and scratch, you know, and what they put off that face on CNN. You remember that? Blasphemy to our intellect?
Fiddle with it enough. The people who fiddled with it tried to make it look like it wasn't real.
And that was those that it was taken from, NASA.
Yes.
You know, that's ridiculous.
Has had an attitude for many years of downplaying evidence of life on Mars.
You're putting it very sweet. You know, that's too sweet, you know, that I would say. But, hey, you're right. You're very, very right. And that's got to stop. But these evidences, but do they have anywhere, though, have you heard in these studies of there being any type of faces or split faces on Mars prior to this 76 release in your research?
Not that I know of before the Viking shots. Those were the first clear pictures.
Okay, so...
the first clear ones.
Okay. Was there any type of art maybe here on this earth through your past researches and stuff throughout these different cultures that may have shown duality in faces?
That's possible. It's possible. I simply don't know for sure.
Okay. Well, I'm sure you got a lot to sift through there.
That particular monument is real, a face.
Yeah, well, guaranteed.
And it's on a platform. The platform is symmetrical also. You know, you can't get away from it.
No, there's no getting away from any of it. That's there.
Called The Case for the Face was written by several scientists who studied it. Dr. Mark Carlotto, Dr. David Webb, astronomer Dr. Tom Van Flandern, Dr. Horace Crater, and Dr. Brian O'Leary, the former astronaut, who was going to be the first man on Mars. But as you know, that whole program was postponed unknown by many, many years. So we still don't have a man on Mars.
Yeah, ridiculous. That's ridiculous. We should have been. By the time I reached 20, I think we should have been there.
We could have attained it by now.
Oh, definitely.
Did not.
I wonder though, if in secret the powers that be, have gone. Now, because if you're in all this research you're doing, and then all the research that they're doing now of Mars, and coming out slowly with this drip, drip, drip pattern of the reality, like of what is obvious, which we're going to read in your book, and to where other researchers are also coming to and looking at this seriously, and it's starting to become more and more seriously, drip by drip, also even in the mainstream of life, and
is begrudgingly admitting. For instance, NASA has now admitted that there's much more water on Mars than they had given us to believe. And speaking of water on Mars, one of the scientists back in 1980, Dr. Leonard Martin of Lowell Observatory, was going through the NASA Viking photos one day when he discovered a water spout on Mars. And two photos taken 4.5 seconds apart show a water spout. And the second one shows that it's higher and the shadow is bigger. So you can tell that it's, a rising and falling water spout, probably not too unlike our Old Faithful in Yellowstone Park. So if there's one, there's bound to be more. Just like there's lots and lots of water spouts on Earth, there must be lots of them on Mars.
Oh, correct. Plus all those seeps that they're dealing with there, and these stains, these weird, odd stains, which all seems to be some type of liquid, possibly water, and it's been being theorized like by Ephraim Palermo, who also did work with Richard Hoagland, and then Mars title model at EnterpriseMission.com, people, and how it adheres to the water theory, where NASA did not buy it. Just like the Europa proposal, they did not buy it until years later. And now, after the title model, now they're starting to come around to saying those same claims without giving them the credit.
Oh, that's right. There might be life on Europa. That's not just...
Well, also on Mars, regarding those water stains. Regarding those stains on Mars that come down, then they seem like seeps coming out from these many areas of the planet to where, well, a tidal model would apply. Basically, it's fitting anyway, at least to my opinion. But it certainly, it bought me if it's the scenario,
What most people don't realize about Mars is in that great canyon system, which is immense. You could throw a dozen of our Grand Canyons in it and have room left over. It's almost 3,000 miles long. Yeah. It averages about over 100 miles wide. It hugs the equator, and so there's probably a pretty good climate down at the bottom of that deep canyon system, which is much deeper than our Grand Canyon.
Right.
And whatever available breathable atmosphere exists on Mars, it's bound to be down that canyon system because oxygen is rare on Mars, in the atmosphere, that is. But what available oxygen there is, that would, because it's heavier than the other gases, it would drop to the lowest portion. And that Grand Canyon system there is very deep. It's all of 4 miles deep in places.
It's incredible.
Probably very good breathable air down there and a pretty nice climate. A lot of sun gets into that big canyon system.
Definitely. Now, that's where also Odyssey has been picking up some color image or two, showing these greens, these green hues, which they kind of like to over-contrast. That's why I was asking you earlier about these images that you got from these astronomers, because the issue has been raised, and the finger is pointing at NASA regarding the true colors of NASA. I mean, the true colors of Mars.
That's another issue. They have... the colors don't always match what we've been shown officially.
Yeah, right.
It's amusing in a way because the canyon system has so much going for it in a sense, and the likelihood of life and a nice climate down there should be very high. And we've never landed any Mars probes down in the canyon system.
Oh, Mars Exploration Rover, is it coming up? Isn't that right now? It's Space and Treasure Coast.
Yeah, eventually they should put a little rover down somewhere in that canyon system.
Yep, and there's 2. So we got a couple things to choose from. I still say Cydonia would be the great choice for one, but hey.
Because of the monuments there's pyramids as well as the face.
Yeah.
It's quite a cluster of interesting monuments, including the D&M Pyramid. Now, that's a 5-sided pyramid that was discovered by Di Pietro and Molinar, and Hoagland named it in their honor because they discovered it. He named it the D&M.
Right.
It's a very obviously 5-sided, and each of the corners is buttressed for added strength. Quite fascinating.
Yeah, well, in my opinion, I take it to a higher extreme. I also say it's artistically carved, but, well, one day, let's just say, it will be known. Send me, I'll prove it. All right, but I doubt they will, because why? They can't even get back in the air right now. But think about that, people. We're going to go to a quick break real quick. So ponder that again, We need to get up there, think about what's in the Alice Marinaris chasm.
So eventually, what we're going to do is some private group, possibly from a university, will get a craft to Mars.
Exactly. That's what we're going to shoot for. All right. We're going to go to a break real quick, so we'll be right back.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
If you are a listener of the Martian Revelation, then you are well aware that the entire planet Earth is currently involved in an all-out worldwide space race. Every country across the globe, including England, Germany, India, Russia, and China, are involved in a mad Martian rush to be the first country to plant their flag on Mars. Get an idea of what these brave astronauts will be finding on the planet Mars before President Trump plants the first American boots on the face of Mars. You might want to familiarize yourself with George Haas and get to know his work and read his books. Haas has been studying NASA and European Space Agency imagery of Mars for over 25 years and has co-authored 2 books with geomorphologist William Saunders called the Cydonia Codex and the Martian Codex. I encourage you all to support his research by visiting his website at www.theCydoniaInstitute.com. And remember, as George Haas has always said, through NASA's own pictures, the truth will be revealed.
Hey people, this is Gary Leggiere, your host, the Mars Revealer, and this is the Martian Revelation. And please definitely go to all you webheads, www.marsrevealer.com, to where you can see about our guest tonight, as well as the images, which is pointing a direct connection, in my opinion, between Earth and Mars, which is what we're talking about here with Rosemary Decker. So if you had access to the net, Rosemary, what I got there, if you hadn't seen it, maybe from a friend or something, I put the split face of Cydonia, and I put that up, and I put the Sphinx of Egypt, like Giza there.
Oh, according to the ancient Egyptians, there was definitely a Mars connection. In fact, the word Cairo, which comes from the root El Caira, means Mars.
Yeah, city of Mars. That is wild. I mean, how much more direct connect can you get? You know?
Yeah, yes, the ancient Egyptians considered that they had a tale of some advanced beings coming to Earth from Mars and lending a hand with helping develop an early civilization many thousands of years ago, before the days of the time of the pharaohs. It was earlier than that.
Right. Which theories about the Sphinx, even with the weathering on it, seems to consist more toward that because of the fact of how can there be erosion on it? It beats the model put forth by mainstream.
Yeah, absolutely. Edgar Casey must have been right.
Well, let's get under that left paw.
Modern scientists, including Dr. Robert Schoch from the University of Boston, they claim that it's many thousands of years older than we have dated it. So there's more verification.
Exactly.
Ancient connections.
Incredible. It's real incredible. I wonder, what type of anything else did they leave here on Earth, buried, long forgotten? Any other big things that maybe do you suspect of governments finding some of these things?
Probably are more evidences. I'm sure there are. There may even be artifacts, but I don't know about that. We now know that the Sphinx was built many thousands of years ago, and I think it marks the border between the age of Leo and the age of Virgo. I'm not absolutely sure about that.
Well, that's funny. I'm a Virgo. Oh!
About every 2,200 years, you see, we go into another age, because the whole cycle precession of the Earth is about 26,000 years. Now we're entering the Aquarian period.
So that's a change of a new period, therefore thus the age of the Martian revelation.
Yeah, we're leaving Pisces and entering Aquarius now.
So basically, also, where do you believe the Martians? If they had no problems getting around off or on their planet, would there be reason in your mind that it's probably a great idea that they have still stuck around?
Some years ago, Dr. Frank Salisbury, teaching at Utah State University at the time, and Dr. Jacques Vallée collaborated in observing UFO reports and discovered that for a period of 10 or 12 years, they discovered that they peaked about every 25 months, just a little over 2 years, and that's the Mars orbit cycle.
All right.
And so they figured that probably some of the unidentified flying objects that were coming, some of them at least, were coming from Mars. As far as I know, Dr. Salisbury still accepts that because he's intensely interested in Mars. I've corresponded with him for years. I haven't heard from him lately, but we corresponded for years.
So, yeah, that would be great to hear more about those consistencies. Now, but by the way, you had seen yourself a UFO up close. Now, does that bring the reality of the Martians to more in your face?
Well, of course, it could have come from anywhere. Who knows where it came from?
Well, being Mars is so close, though, I mean, it has to be considered,
The most remarkable sighting I ever had, fortunately, got into the Vista Press, and I saved the article, and I have it for anybody that wants it. I reproduce it. This was back in January 1958, and I was at a lecture at the Vista Recreation Center, which isn't far from Fallbrook. And at the end of the lecture, several of us walked up to say hello and offer some material to the lecturer, which was Dr. Williamson, and the young anthropologist. And as we were doing so, his companion and assistant came trotting in and said, "George, they're flying again." And so George Williamson said, "Oh, come on out and take a look." And we said, "Well, how do you know? What's flying again?" He said, "Well, it happens every time." He had already given 5 lectures in Southern California, and at each one, this gigantic spaceship had turned up at the end of the lecture overhead. We went out there, and there it hung in the sky with a big red light on the belly, white light at one end, and a yellowish white light other end, and it was just hovering there at a slight angle, and all of a sudden it began to move slowly, moved to the left and upward, crossed the constellation of Orion. It was a nice clear January night. And when it went to the other side of Orion, it passed through some cirrus cloud and it disappeared behind the cloud. So we knew it was higher than the Cirrus, which is around 6 miles up.
Wow.
So it was high, and it was still looking big.
Huh. It seemed to know. Ain't that weird, though? How can that be a coincidence? It seemed to know at that timing, you're coming out of the convention in whammo.
Yeah, in whammo.
And it's like, hello,
Because he said that this was the 6th time, and of course the last, because it was the last of his lectures in that series. And this gigantic craft had turned up at the end of every lecture. One of the people in the audience asked him, there were about 50 or 60 of us standing there, he asked him, oh, they must be interested in you. And Williamson said, I think they're interested in people who are interested in their coming.
Yeah, or interested about Mars. I've had similar, let's just say, we are animals.
Ship from outer space, and when it finally took off, which it did about a half an hour later, after leaving some 8 or 10 little silvery discs that dropped out of it, it shot off into outer space so fast that those 3 lights gathered together into one light and then just disappeared. And this was in probably 7 or 8 seconds.
Wow.
Totally gone. Headed for space.
That's incredible.
It was a wonderful night, and I'm so glad I saved that article.
Yeah. Did anyone catch any filmage of this or anything?
Yes. A friend of mine took photos, and a man from Santa Ana took movie film of it, but I never found out where he lived. So I had no way of getting in touch with him. However, we learned later that anyone who admitted to having taken pictures found the pictures were borrowed by someone in officialdom and not returned.
By officials and not returned. That's incredible. And the pictures are the negatives?
Well, the pictures were returned, but the negatives were not returned.
Oh, that's awful. What could they do to you? Because things people see. How can, they keep that like what Mars is?
Fortunately, nobody called for police or any other, or military or anything like that. Everybody was so fascinated just looking at it, nobody called. So we got to see the whole show.
Incredible.
And it was just absolutely beautiful. I imagine that big spaceship was probably all of a mile long, although I have no way of knowing because we couldn't get a triangulation on it.
Right.
We had no way of doing that.
Until you at least seen the cloud and knew that had to have been 6 miles up.
People as far away as Oceanside also saw it.
Huh. Well, yeah, because of perspective, they got to just look up and...
Yes.
Right. Incredible. So basically right over you. I mean, did anyone here maybe even joke at that event? Maybe say, hey, they're coming to pick up one of us, or, they're telling to take one of us home?
I didn't hear any joking, but everybody seemed to be fascinated by watching it.
Oh. Well, usually I thought like that, some type of humor would come out to fit the scene,
For the wisecrack. Oh, yes, somebody did do a little kidding. Somebody said, it must be a newfangled helicopter.
Yeah.
Yeah, just as a joke.
Yeah, and the lights coming off of it were flares and whatnot.
Did make that remark.
Rosemary, I got a question to you from Emerald Green Eyes on the internet. And she was asking if anyone at the sighting heard any sounds from this craft.
Oh, no, we did not hear a sound.
Nothing. Felt no vibrations or nothing?
On another occasion, the only other occasion which I'd ever seen a large craft, we did hear a sound like possibly a jet plane, but when we realized it wasn't moving, it was staying one place, we realized it couldn't be a jet plane. We wondered if it might be a spaceship, and it was. That's the only other time that I had an experience with a big spaceship.
Now, speaking of the spaceships, now let's travel into the other parts of your book, titled 35 Minutes from Earth to Mars. Pretty incredible there, gravity control.
Huh? Mathematics for that possibility, to back it up, from Leonard Cramp, the aerospace engineer, English, who was the co-inventor of the hovercraft. And I've been corresponding with him for years. Yes, he backed it up. He said, yes, when we get gravity control, we will be able to do that.
That's incredible. Now, and that would mean also longer periods for human existence in space, if not indefinitely, as long as there's a continuous working system.
Well, of course, what we'll have to do is create a little local gravity field on the spaceships the way the space people do. And they're created for their spaceship.
Right, to sustain them, because long periods in space with bone loss and everything, I mean, we cannot have this going to Mars with ourselves.
No.
You know, that's why it's imperative for gravity control. That should diminish that bone loss and stuff.
Mm-hmm. And, of course, there's a lot of toxic radiation out in space, and protection has to be provided against that. It's possible to create a shield against it, of course. Something that has to be considered.
Right, yes. Yeah, well, definitely. Especially regarding some of the conditions on Mars they're talking about and conflicting against the press as well as from NASA regarding it. And it seems like the press this time is putting more of the spin on than what NASA's proclaiming about the radiation on Mars. It's incredible how this goes round and round in weird ways.
It is, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, Sir Arthur Clarke remarked recently, I'm convinced that we have discovered life on Mars, and I think he was alluding to the photographs of trees or bushes that you can see quite plainly. I've got them in a science magazine here somewhere. Mm-hmm. You can see that either bushes or trees. Well,
I've seen them images. Yeah, I can see why, you know, someone would think that. I wish they were full res color. You know, I think that would also help a lot more. Let's see those greens.
Well, you see, yes. Well, as I pointed out earlier, by the mid-1950s, our color photography was fairly well developed. So Dr. Schleifer was able to get a few very good color photos of Mars. And the one that he used to illustrate his article, which came out in the National Geographic magazine for September 1955, the one he used for that article shows the greenery very plainly.
Incredible.
You can see the green is green. It's a deep blue green. Lovely color.
And these images are going to be in the book, am I right? At all? Any of them?
I have one color image in the book and another one on the cover. I don't have permission to use this one from National Geographic. For me to write and ask permission to use it. It's the best one I've seen, although it was taken back in 1954 by Dr. Schleifer, the astronomer. Oh, and incidentally, the article he wrote to accompany it is fascinating in itself because you can tell in his writing that he recognizes that there's life on Mars. He had to be very careful what he said. Have to pick up between the lines, but he made it quite clear.
Right.
Some of the configurations on Mars are definitely artificial.
Well, I agree 100%. Now, regarding that National Geographic image, is that showing these greens and such?
Yes.
And that was from what year?
1955.
1955. I think we should do a search for that, or somehow I can get a copy for any of you listeners out there, because as you know, there, Rosemary, August will be its closest approach in 73,000 years.
Yes, it's going to make the closest one in
right.
thousands of years.
Exactly. So we're lobbying to try and get as much pictures as we can from the past up till this event so we can compare them to what we were officially given.
Oh, astronomers, both amateur and professional, are going to be out with their cameras and all sorts of equipment as that close approach occurs.
That's going to be incredible. I'm sure you're going to be up there looking as well, huh?
A friend who has a telescope, and you bet I'll be out in his yard.
I got to get to one or something. You know, I definitely want to see it, but I want to see it to where I can get as close as possible. So I don't know how I would go about doing that unless any astronomers out there with some big telescopes would like to be on the show. Maybe, you know, let's do a show from your planetarium or wherever your telescope is. You know, I want to see Mars.
And maybe one of them might be interested.
Yeah, that would be great.
You know, there's a Chicago planetarium, there's a Los Angeles planetarium up there in the park, and
I would kind of love to look at Lowell's telescope.
Well, of course, they've got at Lowell Observatory. Of course, the astronomers are going to be gazing. That's for sure.
Yeah, I would love to too.
Lowell himself would be delighted to know all this is going on. and being recognized because, as you know, he was convinced that there was still life on Mars.
And hopefully they take still frames, over periods of time so we can make an animation of it so we can see how the colors transition throughout the seasons or throughout the days, throughout the season, etc., etc.
Trying to get pictures back in those days around 1906, 1910, they didn't have the color photography. And they didn't have the good pictures we can get today.
Right.
But he had unusually keen vision. In fact, his ophthalmologist told his brother, Lawrence, who wrote one of the biographies of him, that he had the keenest vision of any person he had ever tested their vision. He had the keenest.
Right.
He said it was remarkable. So when he said he saw something on Mars, I believe he saw it.
Right, and what's funny, too, is one could also add credibility to that fact is when you also see it in these images.
I put that item in my Mars book because I thought it was important for people to know that he had unusually good vision, and so did Dr. Schleifer. Dr. Schleifer worked with Lowell for some years until Lowell, unfortunately, only in his 60s, was taken by a stroke. And Dr. Schleifer continued to work there at Lowell for many years afterwards. In fact, I think he put in about 50 years there. And he worked right up till the day before he passed on. And he still did not need glasses. So Dr. Schleifer was doing well, too.
Yeah, indeed. Now, people out there, this is Marsh Bailey, host on the Martian Revelations. If you want, call on in with any questions or comments. In Melbourne, talk to me at 254-2282, 254-2282. From outside the Melbourne area, along the Space and Treasure Coast, wherever you are in Florida, call toll-free at 866-920-WMEL, 866-920-9635. And as always, singular wireless customers, pound 920. And I believe we have a caller on the line, Mindy.
Hi, Gary.
Hey, Mindy, what's up?
How you doing?
Pretty cool.
I heard you went to Roswell, New Mexico, actually Albuquerque.
Yes, I did. Richard C. Hoagland Conference.
Yeah, it's pretty bad down there, huh?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I'd definitely like to see that place again in more detail sometime.
Very, very beautiful.
Yes.
Alamogordo, New Mexico, actually, about 3 hours away from Roswell, where all the UFOs landed.
Right.
All them spooky things that I used to see in the sky. I'll tell you what, that's an adventure down there. Go down there, it's pretty fun.
Now, what do you think? If you're listening to our guest here, do you think that these UFOs, being that she had experience with one also, do you think maybe they could be the Martians?
Actually, I couldn't tell you. There's some crazy stuff that goes down there. You see a lot of stuff in the sky. You do, and you'd be wondering, because it ain't no airplanes, I'll tell you that much. It ain't no airplanes, because you can tell what an airplane is in the sky, and it ain't no airplanes when you look up in the mountains.
Incredible.
I would just like to tell everybody that if you ever get a chance to go to New Mexico, visit Roswell. That's a place to go.
Cool deal.
Very good place to go, I'll tell you that much.
All right, thanks a lot, Mindy. Yeah, I'm going to check it out again one day, too. Any other callers out there, call on in and talk to me at 254-2282. Rosemary.
I wrote a little book.
Who?
Dan Fry.
Dan Fry?
Contacted people many years ago. He wasn't heard of very much because he kept his job as an engineer for this, in the space program, and he wrote this one little book called White Sands Incident, which told of his having been contacted while he was working there at White Sands Proving Ground and near Alamogordo, and on this July 4th night, which was quite warm, most of the people had gone into town to spend, 4th of July, celebrate, and he had missed the bus, and he was walking out on the desert to cool off, and a small craft came down. And, he was picked up with his permission. He was picked up and given a ride over to New York City and back in about a half an hour. Didn't take him very long.
Incredible.
Absolutely thrilled, of course. Wrote it up as the White Sands Incident. And Dan Fry, by the way, never did build on his story. He never tried to add anything to it. He didn't try to blow his own horn.
Right.
Just kept right on working in his science job as an engineer, and he was a technician. Right. And he just kept right on working, the rest of his life.
Because it probably just mattered to him. He knew.
And I wrote to Dan Fry, got acquainted with him, and one time I was able to go over to New Mexico and visit him. He lived in that area, and I spent most of a day with him. And that was a fascinating experience because there were a lot of things he could say in private that he didn't, wouldn't put in print.
He wouldn't put in print.
He's a very modest man. Dan Fry was. He was a good friend and appreciated him very much.
Wow,
there's a little book called Flying Saucer from Mars, long out of print, but perhaps some of your listeners would like to get a copy. Mm-hmm. And any book service that offers search can probably find one. It's by a man who wrote under the pen name of Cedric Allingham. And we never did learn what his real name was. He didn't live very long. He lived an outdoor life because, as he stated himself, he had to for his health. Actually, it turned out that what he had was tuberculosis.
Ooh.
And he did not live very long. But it's a rather delightful little book, and there's no way to prove that it's true, although he's got a few good photos in it that he took. But there is internal evidence in this little book that I believe validates his story. As I say, he didn't write anything besides that, and he had been traveling, living outdoors for several years for his health, and he traveled in a caravan and took with him binoculars and a fair-sized telescope.
Mm-hmm.
And so he did a lot of bird watching and a lot of sky watching. And in this book, he has the photographs of the craft that he saw first far up in the sky, and it's almost a little dot, and then you get to see closer and closer ones, and finally it landed on the ground not far from him. And you can tell it's a very large object because they didn't even get it all in the frame.
Huh.
And this book never did become very well known, and very few people accepted it as valid. I believe that it is valid, but it would be interesting anyway for anyone that's interested in Mars to see if they can't get a copy, because it is a fascinating little book.
Definitely. And what's the name of that again?
Flying Saucer from Mars.
Flying Saucer from Mars.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a note on that.
Yeah, he said that the only way he could converse with the visitor who stepped out of the craft was by making little sketches on the sand, and they both did that, and they got a little solar system going with circles and little planets, and the man pointed to the fourth one out as being his planet, Mars.
Kind of like there in England or whatnot, with the glyph, the crop glyph.
Oh, crop glyph, that's another...
Yeah, where it had, in that little diagram, in the answer to the Arecibo message we sent out, in the diagram, the fourth planet from the sun was the one that was raised.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting, too, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
The little side lights turn up.
Yeah, Enterprise mission did a good coverage of that. I don't know whatever happened with all that.
I don't either.
I mean, it just, boom, it faded.
Any data on it in print, I'd sure love to get some of it.
Exactly. I mean, I got whatever I can off the internet about it, and since then, I don't know. It's kind of like faded under the rug. That's odd, but I guess until the next one comes, hopefully it will be consistent with the dimensions or something even more. Shilbolton. That was it. Shilbolton.
Yeah, that's it. That was it.
Right. Sorry about that, people. It's been a hectic.
Yeah, I've got that material somewhere.
And notice the dimensions of them, and notice how they look different than us. I mean, that is incredible, and the genetics would seem to be a little bit different, too.
A little, but not extremely different.
Right. Well, it's definitely consistent.
Looking people, I think.
Uh-huh.
Three genetic cousins.
Right, then right. Then they were like little, but with big heads. I thought that was like the typical alien gray scenario.
Different kind of people. Those little guys with the big black eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anything about them.
Mm.
I just have to gather what I can from people's recountings.
Right.
Don't really know anything for a fact about them, but I do know something about the tall ones.
Uh-huh. The taller ones and the small ones. The
yes.
taller ones look more humanistic, at least if... Excuse me?
Quite human.
Yeah.
In fact, this dear friend and colleague of mine many years ago who met one, her description of him was he looked 50-ish, had a nice shock of white hair that had once been dark brown, and she said he had she called them diamond eyes. He had very bright eyes, but they were a very deep blue, and he had a golden tan skin.
Oh.
A fine-looking man, and he was dressed at the time in clothing that matches ours, so he apparently didn't want to be conspicuous if he was going to step out and be seen somewhere.
And yet he's a Martian, or just basically not of this world.
Yeah, no, he definitely was not of this world. He stepped out of a little spacecraft. It wasn't the disc-shaped type. It was the type that we call a bubble type. Almost spherical. You've probably seen photographs of that type, too.
Yes.
Well, yeah, you call that the bubble type. almost a ball. Not quite, but almost, like a flattened sphere.
Ah, I see.
Oh, and I think that the one that Dan Fry saw in the desert was that type, a flattened sphere. Come to think of it.
The type of the different shapes and what people see in these skies, even today, even especially above in New Mexico. I mean, not New Mexico, over Mexico City.
Oh, yes.
Oh, incredible. During the day.
Went on for years.
When are they going to land? I mean, when, let's start speaking. Or is there already in touch with someone? We just don't know.
Probably people are being visited today just as they were years ago, but they keep their mouths shut, which is smart.
I don't know. All this direct connection between Earth and Mars, there's a Martian revelation upon us. I'm definitely convinced of that. Oh. And the connection, I think this the age that we're going to have to be, even be forced to come to the understanding of what the future has entailed for us. And the future, like it or not, is upon us. And that's what's upon Mars, what's up on our Earth, past meets the future meets the past, and some interesting days are ahead, I have a feeling.
Yes, the world is in crisis because, we've got to learn love, compassion, and peace. If we don't, the human race can self-destruct.
Yes, and this all has to be looked at in the highest regard, especially when literally you have a connection on two planets.
Well, made it plain to his disciples that there was life on other worlds.
Well, yeah, he said, my kingdom's not of this world also.
If it weren't so, I would have told you.
Right.
It's very plain.
Yes, he did. Yeah, exactly. If it weren't so, I would have told you. That's right. Very famous words of his. And Rosemary, we'll say our goodbyes, and I appreciate you being on.
Yes, I'm going to send to you, Gary, I think you'll enjoy, copy that article by Dr. Schleifer. And the color photo of Mars, he included with it.
Ooh.
Copy it for you and send it to you.
Oh, thank you. Just like to say thank you for being on, and hopefully maybe in the future we can have you on again when the book comes out.
Oh, that would be delightful.
And it was an honor and a pleasure meeting you, and thank you very much for being on.
Thanks for having me on.
Oh, you're very welcome. You're very, very welcome. And I'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
She was a real treat, a real delight. She's a sweet lady. And remember, she's been doing this research for over 50 years. So you got to read that book when that comes out on here. 35 to 40 minutes to Mars. I mean, think about that, where we can get from Earth to Mars in 35 minutes. That's incredible. Where all this applies, and if as you hear the show every week, you see where it's going, and you see the type of possibilities that we have within our grasp, that NASA has within their grasp, going and reaching this heavens, reaching the moon, reaching to where, no man has been before, right, So anyway, we need to go, and we need some news, so we're going to bring on Jim Burke, MarsNews.com, by the way, www.marsnews.com, and he's going to tell us about the latest news of Mars and whichever else he'd like to speak us about. Why? Because news is important, especially here on the Space and Treasure Coast. Isn't that right, Space Coast? Yes, indeed, and I believe we have Jim on with us now.
Hey there, Gary. How's it going?
Yeah, pretty cool. We had an interesting guest here. 50 years she was doing this.
Yeah, it's been great. I listened to it. I'm really interested, the Hopi Indians and some of the other stuff she was talking about, so it's been a really good night.
It's definitely an honor to meet the pioneers to get this going, and it's a shame so long has to pass before they can see the reality. Hopefully we can help her see that reality and others, and even us, for our benefit, for us and our kids.
Absolutely.
You know, and what better place than the Space Coast for them to hear that and remember that, you know. So, you got some news for me, my man?
I definitely do, Gary, and the first thing I'd like to talk about is the shuttle investigation. I've been following that pretty closely, watching the hearings on C-SPAN and NASA TV. So immediately after the disaster, everybody focused on the debris that hit the orbiter during liftoff. And it really hasn't been proven yet that that's the cause, but it remains the most likely reason why it broke up during reentry. The debris was mostly foamed. It may have consisted of some ice as well. They're still not sure about that. But there were 3 pieces that hit the leading edge of the left wing and may have dislodged some tiles from the orbiter's left side. And they looked at this during the mission. There's some emails now that are surfacing that Mission Control is worried about this, investigated what they could do. They really decided that there's nothing they can do, you know. They didn't have a tile repair kit in orbit. So if that's the cause, if it really is the foam hitting the wings, it looks like they made a huge mistake there because they didn't try to do anything. I mean, it's also rumored that one of the astronauts emailed his brother about this tile damage as well. We're not sure about that 100%, but I've heard that. Now, the board investigating this is created by NASA, but it's supposed to be independent. And several times now, congressmen have come forward asking for revisions to the charter of the board to emphasize that they're independent. Yet they're still housed in NASA facilities in Houston, and they're relying on NASA staff for much of their technical analysis. And another note is most members of the board are current and former U.S. military officers, including the chairman, Admiral Hal Gaiman, who also headed up the investigation of the USS Cole in Yemen.
Whoa. Wow. That sounds like an air of seeking out possible connection.
They'd certainly have people on there who would be willing to toe the line, that the government wants to toe. And NASA is already pushing hard from the board to get results back because they want to resume flying the shuttle as soon as this fall. And at this point, the board is not, everybody's focused on the foam and the hitting the tile, but no one's sure if that's the case. And, it took, after the Challenger disaster, it took them 2.5 years before they flew another shuttle. So, some people are thinking they might be rushing things a little bit here.
Yeah, a bit. Especially, I heard something about aluminum, melted aluminum or something.
Melted aluminum, like where?
Well, I don't know. I seen it in one from the Cydonia list or something, pointing to where about aluminum being melted or being found that might have been on part of the wing. I have no idea. This has gotten so bizarre.
Everybody's focusing on the wheel well on the left side. They found both the tires, and the right side's cool. It's not damaged at all. The left side's totally melted, so... it's definitely something happened on the left side. They're just not sure what the direct cause was. So that's one thing. The next thing, let's go on to Mars now.
Yeah.
The Mars Odyssey team this week announced some of their findings of their MARIE instrument, which stands for Martian Radiation Environment Experiment. This is an instrument that the folks at Johnson Space Center, the astronauts, wanted to fly on the 2001 lander. And they had to put on the orbiter to measure radiation that the astronauts might be experienced if they go to Mars. Now, they announced this week that they've got some data showing that there's a little bit of radiation you get. It's about 25 millirads a day or 9 rads a year, which is not a lot. And it's actually about half as much as you'd get working at a nuclear power plant. And if you go to Mars for a year and a half, staying on the surface would represent a statistical increase of cancer of about 1/4%. So there's a 1/4% chance that you might get cancer more than you would have if you go to Mars for a year and a half. Now, by comparison, the average smoker receives a 20% increase in cancer risk. So basically, smoking is 100 times more dangerous than going to Mars.
That is incredible. And you know what? I think that tip should be used and passed around for some reports there.
Yeah, absolutely. This is something Zubrin always likes to say in the Mars Society speeches. He says that that's actually one reason why we should send smokers to Mars. That's for their health.
Yeah, well, definitely. Even heart attack victims because of the gravity and stuff, At least that's what I hear, that it would help people with the blood flow. On that regard, that was from the other day. I missed that public release, I guess, that video. Was that what that was about?
Press conference where they talked about that.
The press conference, yes. That's what they talked about then. I missed it.
Now, what happened, I know, and I missed it too, and so everybody has to rely on these news reports that come out. Now, one problem that happened is the Associated Press wire service came out with an article that says that the radiation on the surface is so intense that it could endanger astronauts.
Whoa.
For Mars.
Well, that does not sound like at all what JPL's saying, correct?
The JPL people basically said what I just said, that there's a statistical risk there, but it's not that big. The Associated Press is basically saying, the radiation's so bad you can't go to Mars, and it got picked up everywhere. But most of the newspapers rely on the Associated Press for a lot of their news, and so, you see headlines in, like, the Seattle Times that say there's a serious risk of radiation and there's intense radiation, so they're kind of blowing it way out of proportion, and it's another example of the mainstream media not focusing on science issues and basically not doing their homework as journalists.
Huh. Yeah, well, that's a twist, because usually the conspiracy is on the other foot.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And so, I mean, wow, how does it feel? You know what I mean? I mean, you want us to feel bad? But hey, this research is going to be known one way or the other, and no bad press is going to keep the face of it down, pun intended, on all accounts. So what else has been going out there in the news world?
Also, we heard this week that they've discovered more evidence of water on Mars, this time on the slopes of Olympus Mons, which is the largest volcano in the solar system. They see dark streaks coming down the mountain, and so it's just more and more evidence that there's water on the surface of Mars, and something I've been saying for months now, Hoagland's been saying for years, and everybody's been laughing at us, but we're turning out that we're correct on that.
Especially Ephraim Palermo, who's basically having things that he has claimed ripped out from under his feet. And they don't give credit to the ones that make these claims. And then when they do, and then it's like, well, roll out the red carpet, nothing else ever existed.
Exactly.
That's wrong. We have got to go. We have got to go. So obviously, here's the scoop. We can go to Mars, maybe bring some extra sunblock, and maybe stay indoors in some protective atmosphere for ourselves, living quarters, or if you will, and spend so much time outside and to where you're exposed. So where would it become that much of a threat?
Right. Exactly. I mean, it's just the radiation you're going to experience, like I said, is just so insignificant. I mean, they're going to have spacesuits on. And they're going to have a spacecraft on the way to Mars that they might have to experience a solar flare, so they're going to have an area that's shielded from radiation.
That's what I was going to say. What about solar flares? I wonder if they're testing it when the solar flares are coming and its flare hits Mars, and let's see the readings on that.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's going to be the very most important, because if we do go, when we go, we need to build something that'll be able to withstand that or 10 times worse than that. I don't know how far-fetched that could be technologically or engineering-wise, but...
Are like if you've got a hab-shaped spacecraft on the way to Mars, you get in the middle of it, and the rest of it, get inside the, between the water tank, you're in the middle of the spacecraft, the water tank's right outside of you, and then the shell of the spacecraft, so you're pretty well protected. But you need to have some warning that the solar flare's coming, because those things can be dangerous, and the ISS guys have to worry about that too.
Oh, what brings us back to the shuttle program. How are we going to push this thing out without us going up? We can't wait 2.5 years. We got a space station. The Soyuz can't do it.
2.5 years. Like I said, they're already pushing for them to fly this fall. I would estimate that the longest it's going to take here is probably 9 months from the accident. So, I think by the end of this year or early next year, they're going to be flying again. And they need to, because ISS, they need to have water that the shuttle brings up, and the shuttle can bring up a lot more water than the Russian Progress vehicles. So it's very important for the future of the ISS that the shuttle's up and running again.
Exactly.
We're already going to reduce the crew down to 2 as a result of the shuttle not being able to fly. So it's something there. The science is getting hurt by it as well.
It's all turning ridiculous. It's turning ridiculous. That should have many more people. It should be larger. It should have its own gravitational system on there, just like 2001 mission to Mars. I mean, that's the next step in the same theme.
I've never been a big fan of the space station. Last time I was on, I was talking about how Skylab, they just launched it with one shot, with one Saturn V, and they had a huge space station that was bigger than anything the Russians ever made until Mir. And, with the shuttle, we're basically bringing up a little piece every time, spending $500 million on each shuttle launch. It's just ridiculous, yeah. But, I mean, that's kind of the plan we're stuck with right now.
And let's see the results from that investment. I want to see the $7 billion back from that $1 billion. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You know, I wonder if there's any figures on that yet. That's a good question for you there, Space and Treasure Coast. Maybe you should ask that, because remember, every billion that goes in, a low return, what, 3 to 7 billion, and the high-end return, 350 billion. I mean, that's a no-brainer for a way to cure the economy, in my opinion. So, what other news you got for me?
A couple other little tidbits. We're a few months away from the launch of the 2 Mars rovers, which will take off from Cape Canaveral this summer and arrive at Mars next January, and everybody's very excited about that.
Mars mission.
In fact, end of this year, we're going to have a lot of Mars missions going on. We've already got the Mars Global Surveyor and Mars Odyssey in orbit.
Right.
Also, the Japanese orbiter Nozomi has been on its way to Mars since 1998. It should arrive in December. The Mars Express, the European Mars mission, first ever European Mars mission, consists of an orbiter and a lander, the Beagle 2 lander built by the UK. That's also going to arrive at Mars in December of this year.
Boy, all these nations seem united on a going front to Mars.
What's that?
All these nations seem to be culminating to a meeting point, and that meeting point is Mars.
Absolutely.
An international effort. What is it that they all know about Mars that is making them all know that it's worthy to go and meet there?
I think it's just somewhat of a coincidence that all of these are going to arrive at the end of this year. I mean, some of these missions, like the Japanese mission, has been in space for 4 years, and it was on the drawing board for 5 years before that. Mars Express, the European mission, is basically a refly of the Russian Mars 96 probe that was lost back in 96. So a lot of this stuff is just kind of a coincidence that it's going to end up there. But again, it's going to be a real exciting time at the end of this year, early next year, when we have all these different missions happening at the same time.
And some real killer, kick-butt resolution imagery.
That's right. Hopefully they'll show us some interesting new pictures.
Yeah, that's the hope. You know, and also some pictures we already know and love so much. Ain't that right, NASA? What other aspects we can get? What other news tidbits?
And then last tidbit, China's first astronaut has been announced. His name is Chen Long. He's been training for his mission since 1996, and he's going to make a solo flight in the Chinese Shenzhou vehicle this October, scheduled for this October, making China only the third ever nation to launch its own people into orbit, which is pretty amazing if you think about it. After all this time, only 3 nations have ever launched their own people into orbit. The Europeans have basically not done anything in that regard, and Japanese as well.
Well, it's funny you bring that up, Jim, because it's also a known fact they just don't want to get up in orbit. They want to go to the moon.
They want to do all kinds of stuff.
So do I see another NASA race to the moon and Mars? I mean, come on, if this isn't the time, just like back in the Cold War days, you definitely don't want them there without you, do you? I don't know, I don't. So what do you think about that? You think the Chinese are actually going to make it to the moon?
They need to get their guy up into orbit first.
Well, right, but you know their ultimate plan.
They're going to be in a great position because the Shenzhou spacecraft is basically a Soyuz. It's a 3-man spacecraft. It's basically like Apollo 2, Mm-hmm. All you need is a bigger booster, and you can send that right off to the moon. And so they're already talking about that as doing like a circumlunar mission, fly around the moon, come back with it, or even land on the moon, build a little lunar lander like we had for Apollo. And then they're also talking about Mars. I mean, that's probably a little bit farther off, but they're definitely focused on that as well. And so the U.S. really needs to get its act together, or China and Russia and Japan and Europe are going to pass us by. And I don't think any of us want that in space.
No, definitely not. Like I said, I still feel there's a more united plan here. There's something up. There's a lot more than just coincidences. And let's go study Mars. Yeah, that's right. Life's Abound, the Martian Revelation. Jim Burke, any last comments or anything?
Selling a low-cost CD-ROM on MarsNews.com. You can get real data from NASA tools and make great-looking images. It's called the Mars Data Project. So check it out. We're selling them like hotcakes.
Yeah, cool deal. So definitely do that. And you can get to that link also by my website, www.marsrevealer.com. So, interesting times, how the connections between Earth and Mars on this Martian Revelation. And remember, pours that lady what? Black.
On the lonely walk this morning, like mist in the air, the clouds laugh and beat in silence. casting shadows through my head. In the distance I saw a woman dressed in black with eyes of gray. She wore a pain like a shackled spirit. Eternal life was a debt to pay. Lady Buckler, it's the son of all Christmas lies. Lady Buckler, I see the tears through the tears in her eyes. Lady Buckler, her mystic power was calling me. Lady Buckler, with a song for morning, telling me to beware of the quiet, shattered woman, and of the sadness I would share. We sat for some time together in silence, oh, never speaking in words. Of all the thoughts she spoke with her eyes, and I listened, remembering all I heard. Lady Buckler, it's the son of all Christmas lies. Lady Buckler, I see the tears through the tears in her eyes. Lady Buckler, her mystic powers calling me. Lady Buckler. What she spoke were of forgotten lives and of all knowledge gained. Memories I had